Hi everybody, welcome back to the bench. Today we're going to build some more on this ET48 2.2. I've got some miscellaneous stuff I want to put together real quick before I dive in. I'll talk about it in a sec as we go, and yeah, welcome. Welcome. Right, so I have a fan mount that I 3D printed, and I put these on the deck on my truck. I'll show you how I do it. I'll drill holes in the deck and countersink them and put this fan on. This will be for my motor. These are Hobby Wing fans. They're fantastic. Like $11–12, something like that. Not too fancy, and they last forever. The only reason I'm not using the one that's in my truck now is because it's broken. And I think we need a 1.5 driver for these. If not, it's a 1.27, and I don't know if I have one of those laying here. I definitely have one at home. They do give you a little driver to go with them. So I've got a little Allen key if I need. But I think they're 1.5. Let's see. Yeah. Cool. And there's like 3 little ears on the fan. You just run the wire through and put a screw through one of the little ears and then into the mount. And then I'll put some shoe goo to make sure that the wire doesn't get janky. This is Scott, my camper mate here, designed these mounts for me. I think I'm the only person who uses them, because nobody wants to drill a hole in their chassis or a motor cooling fan. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Yeah, and so I'll put a little bit of shoe goo to keep this wire up against the mount and from getting like pinched off and breaking, because these break at the sort of joint where the fan and the wire connect up. I have some shoe goo somewhere. Here we go. If I can get it open. So yeah, so I just put a dab of shoe goo kind of on the wire where it connects up to the mount. A little cold today, so it might take a little while to cure. And then I'll kind of just leave that for now and come back in a little while. I'll finish the shoe goo job. For now, we'll just close that up and save it for later. Cool. Like we got 2 viewers out there. Drop in the chat, say hi. Right, Shugu. We don't need that for now. Go into bag F. Bag F. Looks like we're going to build the rest of the rear end. Turnbuckle. Ends. We have +2 hexes in the rear. Cool. Universal out drives. These are expensive. If you ever bend one, break one, a set is like $50. And bearings. What else? Got some balls for the link ends. Some pins for the hexes. Some hinge pins for the spindle carrier. There we go. Make sure my bags are empty before I throw them away. So yeah, we're going to finish the build on this ET48 today, hopefully. Not entirely sure if we'll get it done, but I'm going to try. I got some packs on charge. I'm going to run those in a little bit. Probably I'll finish this bag, go run a pack, and I'll come back and do the next bag. Maybe we'll break up the day like that. We'll go build a bag, run a pack, build a bag, run a pack. How's that sound? If you don't have a set of flush cutters, get some flush cutters for cutting plastic off of these sprues. Very helpful. All right. We're going to need our rear end. For the outside hub carriers, you have some tuning options here. I use the 5-hole pills for the carrier, and then I'll actually use the high outside most hole in these. So I'll put these in with 3 holes facing up, if I can. Right. And that'll be my probably forever setup. I never change these. They stay in the same position all the time. I never change my outside link location. They'll just be there all the time. So big bearings go in the back and press all the way in. Flange bearings go in the front, press in. Your dog bone will come through both. And you put your hex on. Then there's a pin that goes through, and it's got a recess in it that lands a set screw. Let me find that set screw, and we'll get some thread lock on it and get it in there. These are grub screws that you do not want to come loose. On a buggy, it doesn't really matter too much. On the Truggies, however, especially in the front, the hexes are wide enough that the pin can slip out from behind the wheel. And if this grub screw comes out, the pin will slip out from behind the wheel. You lose your hex and your wheel and not finish your race. So make sure you put some thread lock on those and make sure to crank them down. Where's the grub screw? Yeah, these don't come loose without your permission. Did I already put the grub screw in that one? Oh, yeah. Good. I just put some more Loctite on the grub screw that's already installed. Yep, crank that down pretty tight. Grab a drink. What's next? We have to do camber links. Are these the same ends? Both sides? They appear to be. That's good news. Let me find my vice grips. I like to use my vice grips, just the light little grip on it, just to keep it from spinning. How long do I have my links on the other side? Just a few threads showing. 4. Like that. I push it right through. How about that? I said I wasn't using much force, and I wasn't using much force. Oh, it's going to go again. Let me get it tighter. Remember, one side of these links is right-hand threaded and the other side is left. So you'll go counterclockwise on the left-hand side. Right. And then when you put these on, you want to make sure that the little notch in the link faces the left-hand side of the car. Is it necessary? No, but it makes life very much easier. If all the camber links are facing the same direction, it makes it easy to tune, to just turn them all the same direction. If you put them on mix match, I have a number of times, it just makes it a little bit more difficult to set your camber and toe and all those kind of good things, because you don't know which direction to turn without paying close attention. So that's camber links. I guess I'll go ahead and put these on the carriers. Oh, we have to put ball ends in too, yeah? Pretty important step. I have to put the ends in the links. Pretty important. And yeah, we'll need a screw. And we use the shoulder nuts. We don't use the shoulder nuts there. I think we use the shoulder nuts on the hinge pins. But let me make clear. No, the shoulders go on the spindle carrier. And these should go from front to back, but it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference. I'm doing this out of order. I'm kind of mixing it up here. You go a washer. So a screw through a washer, through the link ends, and I'm going to say that this is going to be the right side. So I'll make sure that my notch faces the left side. When I build the other side, I'll just have to make sure that I do it opposite. Nice. I need a pick to get the washer off the magnet. Maybe I should put those in a non-magnetized slot to make life a little bit easier. Yeah. So for this link, we want it to face the other direction, this way. Oh, actually, I should run the screw from the other direction. Sounds like some folks showing up. Ah, Mr. Tongue. That's Reggie Tongue coming out to practice. I can't get this to go. I cannot make these holes line up. Why? Struggling. There it goes. Nice. Right. Then we'll do spindle or hinge pins rather. I'll go ahead and put a nut on one side and I'll throw it across the room. So I'll put the nut on one side and then run it through the arms and the hubs, and I'll show you kind of how that goes. Let me put these. Okay. We're also going to need spacers. These spacers are how you set your wheelbase. You typically use a 2mm and then a 1mm. It's a kind of a there's 3 mils worth of space in there, so you can take it up with these washers, or you can use metal washers, whatever you like. I like to use metal washers after a build, but initial build I generally use plastics. But the idea is to space you move your hub in and out of the arm, right? So you can extend or contract your wheelbase. I tend to run a long wheelbase, so I'll put all the washers on the front of the carrier and set all our notches face the left. We'll also use the bottom, or rather the topmost hole on the carrier, which moves the hub down in the car. Oh, my washers fell off. Oh, they fell off again. Maybe I need to put a little pitch on here. Like that. Oh, it still fell off. We'll get it together. Right? Oh, my goodness. I just popped both of them off. What a mess. That looks like there's still too much space in there. Am I missing something? No, there's not pushes that go in there. No. Oh, it's 3. I'm sorry. It's 5 mil worth of space. I need another washer. My bad. No wonder why that seems so easy. Oh, masterful. Have another one of these. Where? Ah, here. Right. Nice. Dog bone goes in the diff cup, and camber link goes up the front. Where do I have my camber link on my truck? One hole down inside. Does that get a washer on the back side? No. So one hole down on the inside. And then we'll use metal washer and then one of these countersunk washers. The reason for these are that when you put tow, when you add tow in to your rear end, I'll show you in a second. I'll show you how it maps out. Talked about it yesterday, I think, or the other day. We did a buggy build, so maybe that was last week. But yeah, the idea is that, down real tight. Right. So the idea is that, like, this is across the car, and this would be the center line of the car, right? Like, you can kind of imagine there's a center line to the car, and the idea here is that when we move the arms forward to put tow into the rear, you also want to move the inside link a little forward on the shock tower to try to keep the camber link perpendicular to the center line of the car. So we use out of the box, right? This is stock. Tekno has you put a flat washer and a countersunk washer to create like 3 millimeters of space between the shock tower and the ball end, so that you have a straight shot from the camber link to the center of the car. Make sense? Cool. Now we'll do the same thing on the other side. I'm going to need some more of those plastic washers. That's fun. Yes. Where's my rest? So then we need two of the 2 mil ones. Yeah, we can set that aside. Like I said, I like a long wheelbase. I like a lazy car, generally speaking. Nice. That went easier. Nice. Same thing. We'll go second hole down on the inside. One down. Then our countersunk washer and flat washer. And then the camber link. And our flange nut. And I like to crank these down because they come loose on me, especially this particular link. I don't know why. There's something about this link, the left side, inside rear, comes loose all the time for me. Don't know why. So I actually run longer screws through here, and I'll stack nuts on the back just to try to keep them from coming out, and they still come out. Very frustrating. These are all tuning parts. Save them if you like. Like I said, I never ever change these plates out in the rear carriers. I never change those link locations. So it's, for me, it's set it and forget it. I might mess with wheelbase every now and again, but for the most part, I don't change it either. The most changes I make on the rear are typically related to inside link location, and I won't change it in or out, only up and down, and differentials, right, obviously, and sway bars. Those three things really are about all I touch on the rear end. Yeah, inside link location, differential oils, and sway bar. Every now and again, I'll mess with some pills to try to add or remove some anti-squat or toe. In this case, I actually went with the 2 dots down and out to give my car a little bit more toe in the rear and a little bit more anti-squat. I just got a phone call from a man who says that he is U.S. Border Customs or something. Like, what? Yeah, sure. Holy crap, the subs went up overnight. Wonder how much a short wheelbase would change your lap times. That's a good question. Did we lose connection? No, it's all good. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder how much a short wheelbase would change my lap times. I could try it. I was gonna run a pack anyway, and we're kind of in between bags at the moment. I could pull my truck down, well, my current one, and change the wheelbase out on that and give it a run. Why don't I do that? I'll do that real quick. Only take a minute. And I can like immediately go give it a run. This is the last thing I drove yesterday, and I know how it feels, so should be exciting. These are Gumball radars, raw speed tires. These are fantastic tires, and I have like 2 hours worth of time on these things, at least. And the tread almost looks new. It's insane. It lasts forever. Gumball radars for the win. All right, so I'm gonna take. What I'll do is I'll just move one of the 2 mil washers to the back, and so we'll run 3 in the front and 2 in the rear. It looks like I have some metal washers in there. Oh, countersunk washer. Okay. So we're gonna go 2 front, 1 rear. Or yeah, 3 front, 2 rear, we'll say. Let's call it what it is. This is not a drastic change. This is a pretty basic change, actually. just 2 millimeters difference on the wheelbase. Let me see if I can get a different washer in there. That one does not seem to want to work. I'll use one of these off of the kit. One of these extra ones they gave us. Let me see. How do I maneuver that washer into place? Back of a blade? Yeah. That was easy. What did I do with the nut? Well, this has a flange nut on it. Was that by design, or did I do that? I must have done that. Oh no, it's the nut's still in the driver. Never mind. I don't know what that flange nut was for then. So we'll try that. The loop's not on, and I don't have a lap monitor, so I can't really time my laps today, but will have a sense of feel for sure. I should get a lap monitor. The track sells them. I just a little lazy. It'd be nice if I could get these guys to turn the loop on all the time, and I could just leave practice times, you know, be audible through stream too. Let's see. Same deal. I'll just take one from the front, move it to the back. Trying to be gentle so I don't lose all of them in the stack. Like that. Never mind. So much for being gentle. Right? So we want to go 2, 3 in the front. And 2 in the back. Is that right? No, that's not right. I had 4 in the front. We want 3 in the front. Right. Trying to lose the screw. Nice and tight. Yeah, I mean, I'll try this out. This might be interesting. Let me grab a pack. Oh, I need to set that down, don't I? Right, battery pack. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. So it'll be fun. See how it feels. One minor change. Yeah, hey, by the way, For those of you out there want to make tuning changes and test them out, take a tip from your IT guy. Don't change more than one variable at a time. When you make your tuning changes, just make one change, maybe two if they're small, and then try it out. This takes time, I know, but it's worth it, I promise. If you change 2 or 3 things at a time, you don't know which change got you the effect you were looking for. So try to only change one thing at a time. And, you know, figure it out, right? See if that one little change is going to work for now or for future, whatever. Do your analysis. Okay, let me go run this pack, and I will be right back. Back in 10, we'll say, unless I get tied up chattering to somebody. But you'll probably know all about that because you'll hear. So yeah, let me go run this and we'll be back. Let's see what happens. Hey, what's up, Reggie? How you doing? Lily said you still owe her money. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't even be honest with you. I didn't give her anything yet. I didn't look at it. It's probably you sent it to me and I didn't send it to her yet. Right on. Let's go. Slightly shorter wheelbase test. Give me a turn. Oh yeah. I might do this. I mean, it turns. I mean, what a difference, actually. I like it. I can tell you right now, this is faster. Yeah. That's, I mean, all right, car pipe. Oh yeah. Definitely more aggressive. Oh, I faxed it anyway. Nice. Stop that pipe. Yeah. And those springs are soft, huh? Nice. Nice. What's your ride height? It's pretty low. Really? Nice. Okay. So, what we learned is I should set the new truck up this way. Yes. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Good call, not a Fed. Good call. I did like it better. I like it a lot better, actually. It's amazing what a little bit of a difference makes. I felt like I had more grip somehow, more overall grip. And I turned a little easier. So I had more steering and more overall grip, I felt like. Yeah, it was really nice, actually. I think I'll set the new one up the same way. Good call. This is actually a great idea. I should do this stuff more often, right? Have my truck sat here, do a build, try the thing out on the running truck, and then come back and make the change on build, right? Yeah, pretty clever there, not a Fed. I will take that advice and run with it. So I shortened the wheelbase by 1 2mm washer. Oh shoot, I have to go from the what a pain. Okay, here's my little washers. So I want to go hinge pin, fat washer, hub, then we'll go and put this fat washer, if I can get it in there. Where'd my knife go? Oh, come on, go in. There you go. These are always a challenge. These are a challenge. There we go. So we learned test things out. Pretty clever. This one I can do a little differently, right? Nope. Try not to do that. Why is this such a pain? Nice. So yeah, we learned move the wheelbase 2 millimeters shorter. I got the sense from driving that I would not like to go shorter. Felt like it was kind of right there. I feel like if I put any shorter wheelbase, it would become too aggressive. So that was bag F. Let me find bag G, right? And blow my nose. Yeah, get some nose spray from Japan. Good stuff. All right, front end. Front end and bag G. Play bar. I have some extra stuff. Blocks and hinge pins. Yep. And link ends. Use the sprue parts. You will need a 2.5 mil driver and droop screws. Identify your droop screws. They have a hex on the cap side and on the thread side. And they just go into these locations on the arms, and they will set your droop against the chassis plate. And I'll wind these all the way down for now and adjust them later. But yeah, make sure you use the right droop screw. I've sometimes used the wrong one, and it's bad. It's bad time. Don't do it. Use your droop screw in the droop screw location and not somewhere else. Once you have to go back, do it again. Nobody likes rework. Especially not here, right? Because it just wastes y'all's time. Let's see. We got center dot in the B and one dot up and out on the A. That's interesting. So, for my setup of my truck, I am using center dot pills on the B block. So center, 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 yep. And on the A block, I am running. That's not the right pill. That's not the right pill. Where did my pills go? Need a one dot up and out. Wow. There. So I've added kick up and swept the arms back a little bit in the front. And I'll show you what that looks like once we get it together. These are one dot up or out or side. Do I have a spot for that? No. How? How did that happen? Okay. Oh, here's a couple of them actually. Okay. And we'll have to put the B block on the back of the gearbox. And let me get my electric driver out. These long bushings go from out to in the arms. Need some hinge pins. I'll just put these in the pills and put your arms on. And we'll put the A block on. And I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about with sweep. Oh, bumper goes on too, but this screw is really just holding this stuff together for right now. Not doing too much work. You don't have to run it all the way in. You're going to have to back it out when you go to put it on the chassis plate. Sweep. So, what I've kind of done here is when I move the front hinge pin out and up, it adds some kick up to the arms this way, so it raises the front of the arms relative to the rear, and it also sweeps the arms backwards a little bit. So instead of running straight across, they kind of sweep just a hair back, and these are like a full degree off, right? One pill is one dot is 1 degree or 2 degrees. Hang on. Oh, it is 1 degree up and out. Yeah, so that sweeps the arm back 1 degree. Which shortens wheelbase too. It's kind of interesting. Do I have my other front set up like that? No, I just have the kick up. I don't have the sweep. my nitro truck, I mean. I just have the kick up, not the sweep. I don't know why I set that up differently, but okay. My nitro truck, the rear hub is set in the same position. Interesting. Very interesting. Right, let's finish this bag up. We're gonna need sway bar links, the balls for those. Each one of these links gets a ball on one side and a sway bar collar on the other side. Look like that. And there's some little set screws that you'll use in these collars and the collars that go on the sway bar at the gearbox. These are those collars, little plastic ones. I actually have metal ones on my existing truck. I'll probably just get another set of those here in the future whenever these go. Usually I'll just leave the plastic ones until they break. You'll put a little grub screw in each of these. You will very likely strip one of them out at some point. And then you can just turn it around and use the other side. At some point, once you strip both of them out, upgrade to aluminum ones, and you'll have a harder time stripping those out. And I'll put some Loctite on these other ones that go into the sway bar link that goes in the arm, because this one is metal on metal. Little Loctite in each. And then we can put our links right in the arms. That'll hold everything together for us. That these screws don't do a ton of work, so they don't need to be tight. Oh, let me soften my clutch. Yeah. Yep. Now, they don't need to be tight. Just make the connection. There are deadband bushings that they give you with the kit. The stock ones are 2.7. There are tuning options in, I think, this bag. Yes. bag Q. On the old kits, Tekno used to give a small bearing that would go in this space and use these collars on the backside. What's kind of happened is that the community, the racing community, has found that it can be advantageous to put an amount of deadband into your sway bar. So basically, the sway bar is allowed to sort of float in this space a little bit, and when so it has sort of a delayed reaction. Does that make sense? Why doesn't that stay on? Yeah, the deadband bushings kind of give you a little bit of a delayed reaction in your sway bar, if you will. And you can change the amount of deadband by the size of those bushings. Before, they used to provide the bushings. We used to just put washers in that space, so like little M3 countersunk washers kind of thing. We would use those instead of these things, but they, of course, you know, not tunable unless you drill them out. There's bag G. Where's bag H? Here it is. We're going to do the hubs, it looks like. And then I'll go run up there. We will not use these spindle carriers because I have these. We will use those blocks. We will not use these Ackerman plates. So let's carve it out here. I'm not sure about these ends. I'm going to go back to that bag and see if there's the different outside ends. I'll show you in a moment what I mean. All my bags are empty. Good. Outside links. Are they in this bag? Yeah. They are indeed these. I want to put which ones on the outside? These? I think. Yeah. I think that's right. Actually, my existing truck uses the stray ones. And maybe I only use these on buggy. Okay. What should I do? That puts the link down in the hub. I wonder if that makes a difference. I'll have to think about that. For your consideration. Like I said, we're not going to use these Ackerman plates. I've got another set. The stock ones are which? Are the stock ones B? Let me see. Let me check. Where are the plates? Oh, F. So the F is stock, and then I'm going to put G plates on. Oops. So these spindle carriers, these are 3-degree incline spindles. The stock have no incline that I'm aware. Let me see. TKR 9141B is that part. This one is 9141C. Yeah, the stock is B. This part I'm putting on is C. Wonder, is it very easy to tell the difference between these? It isn't. It's not super easy to tell the difference. I mean, there are definitely differences, but it's not like readily apparent. Except for like, so there's a recess right here, and on this side, the recess is on the back side. The rest of it looks pretty close. There's a little notch in the incline spindle. That's a little bit different. So maybe that's what to look out for, this little notch in the spindle. I wish there was some kind of marking on it that gave you like a real direct indication, right? Like it had a 3 on it. Or like 3 dots somewhere. They do that on the hubs. Like these are 4 dots on the hubs to indicate they're +4mm hexes. It would be nice if there was something here that showed that, hey, this is 3-degree. I don't know. Maybe there's a trick to it. If you know the answer to this one, put it in chat. And if I can, today, I'll see if I can get Mr. Tekno over here to see if he knows. But I don't know if he's going to be here today. He's not yet, for sure. No, not here. We're not really following the instructions on this build, for better or for worse. We're gonna need those, and we're gonna need some mighty grub screws. And some thread lock. And some outdrive pins. Where's my wheel wrench? Here. Really crank those down, get them nice and tight. Like I said earlier, if those come off, they ruin your race. And you don't want that. And where's my mighty grub screw again? Some thread lock. That. Crank that down. Spindle or Ackerman plates we'll put onto these guys. These are TKR 9047G plate to replace the F plates that are stock. And we'll run these little button heads through the plates. You're gonna need a 2mm tip. Yeah. I'll start this one in too. Nice. Why G plates? Because as you go up in the alphabet on these Ackerman plates, the sort of numbness goes up. So the early alphabet lettered plates are more of an aggressive feel. As you go up in letters, it gets less and less aggressive. Steering wise. What I hear is that like all the super fast guys are setting their stuff up just like this. I know I said before that I don't like to chase setups, but I do like to have an optimal base. So while I don't chase setups, I will get it set up right the first time. What else do we need to do here? That's not the right one. That's the right one. And we need to put some spacers and some pins. Let's make sure we use the right ones this time. Last week, I did one of these builds with a buggy, and I used the wrong pins for the carriers. I tried to use these pins, but they are for something else. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. I'll need those other 2 in a moment as well. And 4 rather. Did I lose one? Oh, there it is. It was just hiding. So I'm going to use 4 per hub on these, but we'll get to that. 2 mil. Need a 2 mil driver. The way these pins work, there are colored spacers and colored bushings that match up. And you can use these spacers and pins to set your hub height within the spindle carrier, and to set the spindle height within the spindle carrier. You can either have it high in the carrier or low in the carrier. Stock is, looks like, high in the carrier. So there's these bushings that match the pin colors. You'll put a bushing top and bottom. You'll go a silver bushing in the top and a black bushing in the bottom, and make sure those stay in while you insert the hub into the spindle carrier into the mix. And then remember your colors. So this is a black bushing, it gets a black pin. If I can get it to go in, yeah, there. And the silver was on the top, and it gets a silver pin. And then for these guys, this is super important. Tekno used to give you grub screws for these spots. Thankfully, they've changed that a bit. We used to redo these with our own screws anyway. The grub screws would get stripped and you would lose your whole caster block. If you strip out your, oops, lost my pin. If you strip out your grub screw in there, it's very difficult to get it back out. So use button heads or cap heads instead. Thankfully, like I said, Tekno got smart and gave us cap head screws instead of grub screws. I think what they were trying to do was keep the caster block pretty clean from a, things sticking out of it perspective, protrusion perspective, but probably not necessary. Nice. So same thing, go black bushing in the bottom, silver bushing in the top, and then put your carrier in the caster block if you can. Struggling. And then black pin in the bottom to match the black bushing, And silver pin in the top. Match the silver bushing. And then get our thread lock. Let me grab a paper towel. Cool. From here, we can also make up these camber links. No need to go nuts here. We're just going to get them together and then we'll set everything up as we get everything apart. How did the wheelbase change work? The wheelbase change was nice. I actually made it permanent. If you missed that. Yeah, the wheelbase change was a good one. Let's see, just have like 2 threads showing on these on my other car. Yeah, shorter wheelbase was very nice. I felt like if I felt like if I shortened it any more, it would be too aggressive. So when I came back from the track, I did change the setup on this new truck to match. And I noticed that my nitro truck is actually set up the same. My nitro truck is set up with a medium length wheelbase. So yeah, that was a good change. I left it, and like I said, I even put it in place on this one. So thanks for that. That was a good idea. Oh right, why am I need an end yet? Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter which end we use, they're both the same. Had to go run some errands. Gotta love errands. Yeah. And then we'll also need to put a little bit of Loctite in these locations, as in a moment we're going to have to put a screw in there to hold a pin. Okay. And these bushings, these are the same as the old Tekno hinge pin bushings, but the bushes go inside to out, like so. These bushes are going to do the bulk of the work with the carrier. That's the right hand side, left. And let me go ahead and put a screw in each of these spots, so that's ready. Oh my, there's a lot of Loctite in there. I wonder if I can clear that out a little bit. I don't know if it's necessary. It's going to hold that sort of pin location. I don't need Loctite in there. Yeah, that got most of it. Okay. And then you'll insert a pin either side, and you want the flat to face the outside of the hub. And you want to crank this down pretty tight. Don't go crazy, because you do not want to strip it out. But you also don't want it ever coming undone. That's the balance. The balance you need to strike. Tight enough to hold, not so tight it strips. Like that, I guess. We'll see. Tight enough it holds, not so tight it strips. Bushings. I need these pins. Where's my other carrier? Let me go and I already put some Loctite in there. Cool. Right. And we'll put our carriers, pins. Turn, yeah. Nice. All right, what do I have for my outside link location? One hole in. One hole in from the outside. That's not the right one. Oh, it's middle hole. Why did you just say middle? Really? Did that carries? Oh yeah, there's 3 holes too. Middle. Okay. Mm-hmm. Have us go put a washer between the carrier and the camber link. Where did my camber links go? Remember, notches face the left of the car. These nuts I always check, like before every run, I'll check my camber link ends inside and out, my steering link ends inside and out, shock towers, front and rear. Go there, thank you. Where do I have my link location on the other? Inside bottom. And we'll go washer. Link and up. All right. Same thing on this side. We said middle hole, washer, link, notch facing left. Oops, stay on, please. Notch facing left. You're not. Make sure you get your dog bone in the outdrive cup. Then we'll go inside bottom. Washer. Camera link. Nut. And I think that's the end of that bag and most of our front end. Nice and free. Hubs are nice and free. Nice. Let me go and grab my truck and a battery pack. We'll get a bio break and a run. Let's see. Channel B. One sec. All right. Sorry about that. What change should I make to truck 4? Anything? Just run it. All right. Yeah, last time we changed that wheelbase. I won't change anything this time. We'll see how she runs. Is this cap pack coming off now too? Yeah. Okay, let me solder that. Kind of a pain. I better take the battery off. Just gonna resolder these cap pack connections because it looks like they're fading. They are fading. Yesterday, the guy who says he's not a Fed said, "What's the magic to soldering?" It's a good soldering iron and heat. Lots and lots of heat. More heat than you would expect. Don't be afraid of heat. Also, wet solder does quite a lot. There's something about wet solder that makes melting existing solder easy. I really want to... I get a lot of solder. I want it to wick into the wire like that. Yep. The solder will actually strengthen the wire. Lots of solder, lots of heat. Lots of solder and lots of heat. And then you hope that your wires didn't get crossed up in the solder. Doesn't look like they did. Looks nice and neat. We plug it in, make sure there's not a fire. All right, looks good. Nice. Cool. Let me finish putting this body on. Go give this guy a rip. And then we'll be back and we'll open the next set of bags on this Truggy build. Think. Yeah. What did I do with my glasses? We kind of need those. Your buggy works, so you mostly leave it alone? Yeah, I mean, I do the same. I like to frames. Oh, we got a reconnection. Good. All right, that looks like we're back. Sorry about that. I had a network drop. It looks like. What do you mean by wet? What do you mean? What do I mean by wet? My buggy works, so I mostly leave it alone. What do you mean by wet? I don't know. What do you mean? What do I mean? Answer that. And when I come back, I'll get an answer to you as we go. So, be back. What do you mean by wet? I don't know. What do you mean? What do I mean? We'll figure it out.
Welcome to Noble.
That was fast. Fast. Oh, off the back. Got a traction roll. Off the back. Too fast. Carry too much speed. I like to do a thing whereby I will go up on a stand and drive until I wreck. And then I'll walk down, marshal my car, and stand on the track right near where I wrecked. Just drive the same section over and over and over. Maybe even a run down a pack. But I like to stand and see what my car is doing right up close. Uh-oh. Yeah, well, I can't get it up. Right. Not so much. Oh, it's dusty up here. Reggie, your suspension looked really, really plush, like soft. You like it like that? Yeah? I've been going the other direction. I've been going up in springs and oils. Yeah.
If I'm picking it up, I have to go slow through the wood.
Oh, yeah. I don't have that problem. If we can stay out in front of Reggie. Ready. Whoa, speed. Very too much speed. Oh, thanks, dude. Thank you. Oh no. Hey. Ooh. Oh. Uh-oh.
But it's looking pretty good, so I mean.
Nope. Yeah, pretty much. What's going on? Where you going? What for? Oh. Vroom, vroom. I'll put it out if you want. Vroom, vroom. Dude, these I've got like 2.5 hours Just triumphs? Uh-oh. Sounds like it got turned over and I'm gone. Sorry, buddy. Uh-oh. Wet solder. Oh, I didn't mean wet. Oh, what did I mean by wet solder? Oh, now that makes more sense. What did I mean by wet solder? Yeah. So there's something about if you have solder that's hardened and you're trying to melt it, I don't know if it's a surface area thing. It must be, right? It must be a surface area thing. But if you put wet solder on your soldering iron, it'll soften the solder you're trying to melt faster. When I meant wet, I meant not solid, right? Solder at room temperature is solid, and once it get heated up, it's liquid, right? So liquid, that's what I mean. I mean liquid solder. If liquid solder makes solid solder melt faster. Yeah, I don't know why. I think it must be a surface area thing. Gotta be. Gotta be a surface area thing. I ran this thing down to LVC. I don't usually do that, but I was having a good time. Yeah, I am surprised by how well that little bit of a wheelbase change performed. Surprising, actually. I didn't expect that I would notice that much of a difference, number one, and I didn't know that I would like it that much, number two. Yeah, transferring the heat with new hot solder. Hot solder, yep. Yeah, I think it's just surface area of solder. Where's my next bag? Probably in the box. Bag N. We'll need some of. We're gonna need this chassis plate for sure. Need this box. Maybe I'll save it for parts. Where we left off? Bag H. We need bag I. And then we'll probably do bag L and M together because they are tops, front and rear. Excuse me a sec. Blow my nose. Need some medicine. All right, we won't need this straight away, but we're doing bag I. Steering. Our servo saver. We'll build that up. I'll show you my little tips and tricks for that. There are some little tips and tricks that we've got to pay attention to in this setup, in this bag in particular. And you'll notice that they put the rod ends in separate baggies. There's a reason. Excuse me. There's a reason for that. It is because they have different offsets, and you need to be clear which offset goes where. I will show you. These are the set that came in one bag, and these are the set that came in another one. And if you look, I'll use this razor as a straight line, but if you look, you can kind of see that this one has a much shorter offset this way than this one does. Oops. I didn't mean to throw them around. Sorry about that. And so when you put these together, you want to make sure that you put the offsets on different sides, and you want to make sure that when you put those on, your notches face the right direction for your camber link. So just build one of these one way and one the other way. You don't need to be crazy right here. Just get it on, and then you can build the other side, and then when you put them all together, you know to put the right notch on the right side. I'll show you. And I've got like 4 threads showing on either side on my existing one, so I'll get it right to about there. It's about 4 threads. Then we'll go found some 6500 milliamp hour 140C battery is cheap. That may need some testing. It's 2 for 130. Two batteries for $130. It's not bad. I run Genzace, and they're like 130 for one battery, not 2. Let's see, this one built with the longer offset on the notch side, so let me put the longer offset on the opposite side on this one. Yeah, shoot me a link to those batteries. I'll see. Take a look at them. I don't know if I'll pick them up or not. I'm not sponsored for batteries, so I can run whatever I want. Or how about I'm not sponsored yet? Maybe next year. I don't know. Oh. All right. Some links. Let's put the ends in. One time, I wasn't paying attention, and I did one of these builds. You know, kind of like I'm doing here, where I didn't use the manual. And I definitely I mixed them up. I put the two long offset link ends on the same shaft, and I put the two short ones on the same one. So of course I had to go and rebuild everything. DXF brand. I don't know them. For the servo saver, this threaded insert goes into the bell crank, and the bottom piece slides on underneath. These are keyed, and they kind of the idea is that a spring is going to load these up and let the servo saver kind of slip back and forth on impact. The idea is to lower the stress on your servo. I like to put a little bit of Loctite on some of these threads because you never want this coming off. So you put your spring on there, and then you'll take the nut that they give you, and it's got a raised bit that goes into the spring, and you can use your wheel wrench, because it is a 17 millimeter nut, and use the wheel wrench to press the nut onto the threads, get it started, and then you just tighten it down. And for the book, they tell you to tighten this all the way down and then back it off by 2 full turns. I don't do that. I will tighten this all the way down and back it off by about a half a turn. Otherwise, I feel like my steering's too sloppy. So that's all the way tight, and then I'll back it off by like a half. And that's it. Nice and easy. You can also put a little mark on your collar and the threads. This is a paint marker that's not painting very well. Right? And yeah, just make a little mark on the nut and on the threads so you don't lose your positioning. It doesn't matter if it's neat or not. The idea is, yeah, I could be able to look at it and be able to quickly tell if it's come undone. These are little like plastic nut kind of things that Tekno give. They do have metal replacements that you can buy and put in. There are some small bearings that go in the top and bottom of these bell cranks that they give you. Oh, do you know? I did forget something in the servo saver setup. This is kind of optional if you use Loctite like I have. and put a mark. You don't necessarily need it, but here's what you do. I'll show you, since we're being complete, or trying to be. Yeah, that was a missed step. So what you do is you take this O-ring and you place it inside of a groove inside the nut. And that will help maintain the tightness on the threads. Even though we put Loctite, let me make sure my Loctite's gonna be good. And yeah. But yeah, like always, I say with Loctite, this is one of those things that you don't want ever coming off. Never gets undone. All the way tight, and then half a turn. And then I need a new mark. Nice. All right. Little bearings go in the bell crank ends. Little teeny tiny bearings. So cute. And then these little nutsert things, you can just press in through the bell crank housing and through the bearing. And that'll be what you drive the screws for the Ackerman plate into. I'm gonna have these swing forward, right? No. Yes. No. Oh. Right. Silly man. You'll need a 7mm box for the back side of this. I want to make sure that the plate doesn't get wedged against anything. Oh my. Oh my. Go like this. Then we'll grab the other screw and do the other side just the same. Oh my, this struggle. There we go. That's our Ackerman setup. Our links. What are we supposed to do next? Actually connect them. They have us use 3, 4 washers for bump steer. So what that kind of looks like is you use the shorter the shorter offset on the outside we want to use this one on this side. Yeah. So you go through the link this way, and then stack 4 washers. 1, 2. Oh, I put these in the magnetic part again, dummy. The washers in there, I can't get them out. That's 3. Oops. And 4. And I dropped them all over the table. Yeah. There's 3. Where'd my other one go? Oh, 4 is there. Okay, and where'd my screw? Go up through the bottom, and we'll stack 4 washers. Let's try this again. And then I'm going to go into the backmost spot on the steering plate. Where did my 2.5 go? Yes. Do the same thing on this one. Let me just stack all these up and I'll just put them all in one shot. If I can. Go port link. Bottom. Stack of washers. Right. May actually have you put these bearings into the belt crank. I'll tell you that I'm going to put these in, but they invariably will fall out at some point before I get this onto the car. I promise you. They will fall out. And I will not have paid attention to where they went. Come on. I'm going to set this kind of that way, so hopefully it'll stay. All right. AX need bag J. J. Bag O. That L&M are for later. Bag J. Bag J. We're getting close, guys. This is almost getting ready to go on the car. On the chassis. Let's see, I won't put washers in the magnetic section this time. That was dumb. Pay more attention this time. Send a link. Yeah, send a link. I'll take a look at those batteries. All right. All right. What do they have us do? Actually put it on the plate, right? Okay. Put the front end on the plate. Like I said, this front bumper screw, you want to back it all the way off almost and pull the bumper out, because you're going to want to put the gearbox on the chassis plate, and the bumper kind of wraps around the end of the plate. I'll show you what that looks like in a moment. What's that bit of grease or something on it? Well, I'm not sure. Quite strange. But these long M4 screws go in the front set of holes. You just want these 2 fingers tight, nothing too exciting. And then you can tighten down the bumper. Next, we'll just need to get the rest of the screws into the chassis. There are some smaller 2mm M3 screws that go in the center holes. I'm not loving this driver. Straight MIP one. Let's try this. These just go 2 fingers tight. The plastic, they will strip if you go crazy. All right. Make sure we don't lose our bearings. And I think let's put the bell crank pivots on the plate. These are metal on metal connections, so definitely put some thread lock front and back, because you will run a screw both directions, top and bottom. Well, right. And we'll use these M4 screws to put through the plate. These bell crank pivots are keyed into the chassis plate. You can see that that hole is oblong, so you won't need a wrench. You want to crank that down pretty tight. You want to make sure that it never comes off on its own. You hear me say that a lot. This part doesn't come off without your permission. So, next, we can take this L crank setup, being sure not to drop the bearings out of the bottom. And you can slip right over the, oh, maybe not because the body mounts are in the way. Well, tell you what, then we'll take the bearings out, throw them around. And that should do it. That should make us some room. Oh, oops, this way. Yes. Pivot. Maybe one way or the other, it'll clear. Yeah. Nice. That'll sit down in the bearings. Then we just put this top plate on. Oh, let's see. How long are those screws supposed to be? They're supposed to be M4x10s. As you go, you want to make sure that your steering does not get any bind. You should be able to move pretty free. You can sometimes over tighten these and it'll actually bind up the bell crank a little bit. You don't need to go crazy to tighten them because you actually have Loctite doing the bulk of the heavy lifting. From that perspective, these gearbox screws are the kind that like you almost never ever have to take out. which is nice. Unless you destroy your gearbox, which can happen. Bad enough wreck, you'll tear that thing apart. No doubt. Putting this guy down. Almost done with the front end. How do we set up bump steer stop? 4 washers on the top. Okay, so the way this works, you put your screw, put 1 washer, then you'll put it through your Ackerman plate from the bottom, then stack 4 washers on top. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are your bump steer settings. We kind of talked a little bit about that last week. If you were around for the buggy build, bump steer makes it so that your car either gains or loses or maintains steering angle through the stroke of your suspension. That means that if we were to hold the bell crank sturdy, right, as your arm articulates, the steering angle will change slightly. And in this case, this amount of bump steer is actually giving us additional turning when compressed. You can see that this kind of cranks this way as I articulate the arm. So when it's at full compression, it's got the most turn angle. That's how that works. And then you change the amount of washers on the inside or the outside, depending on how you want bump steer setup. I just run stock. 1, 2, oh, come on, 1, 2. Two, 3, 4. Link and a nut. If I can get the nut to go up. Can't get the threads to start. There it goes. That's our front end. Done. We have steering. Looks like it's a lot of toe out. Have to deal with that later. almost 6,000 subs. Really? That's crazy, man. How did I end up liking the weight added to the front of the buggy? Yeah, it's great, actually. The I wanted to put the weight in to try to get my buggy to match the weight distribution of my truck, and it does, and it's good. Channel A. Just checking my battery packs. Channel A is ready to rock. What other question before I run this pack? Yeah, I did like that. I really like that chassis weight. I should go back and get Carlos's scales and bring him up. Uh, Maybe if I catch him here one day this week, I'll keep him and hang on to him and see what the weight looks like. I forgot about this fan from earlier. I still need to shugu the wire onto it. I got most of it done, but I like to put a good amount of shugu to keep this wire from getting mangled in the car. And I'll even feed it forward a little bit like this and make sure that the shugu stays on it to keep that in place and sticking out the front of the fan to avoid any trouble. I'm going to try to figure out how to kind of keep this in place so it'll cure. I'm also going to smear a little shugu on the outside of this thing because on my other truck, it actually snapped right here. I'm going to see if some shugu will give it a little extra strength. I don't know if it's necessary, but yeah, whatever. I don't know if it'll even work. It's worth a shot. Yeah. The Exotech steering, so I wonder if it's as similar as having brass. Exotech steering? Exotech steering. Let's look that one up. I do not know about that. Yeah, what? I'll go run a pack. Reggie said he was proud of me for using tires with tread on them. Every now and again, run tires with tread. These radars have got like 2 hours on them now, and they still have lots and lots of tread. They still look new. See? They still have great tread on them. Yeah, let me go run this pack, and we'll be back. that good timing?
Welcome to Novoland.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always a trade-off, right? Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Slow.
They're like faster.
I go through there like this.
Yeah.
like a throttle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I usually go pretty fast through the first part of it. Like you did actually. Like you almost like float over like the first four, and then you get into it, and hopefully your car's pointed straight. See if I can keep on your tail. Oh no. I was keeping tight too. One mistake. Oh. Uh-oh. Right? Whoa. Ah. Oh. Ow. Dude, that was way too much speed. Holy shit. Dude, I landed on the upslope for the second double. Yeah, it was bad. I didn't know I could go that fast. For real. Oh. I went too far inside. Reggie. Oh, that was too fast. Still got through it quick though. Go. Nice. Nice, that was fun. Actually kept up with Reggie for like a half lap. Doesn't happen very often. He's much faster than me. Much faster than me. I don't know if he would say that, but I'll tell you, he's faster than me. Much. Ecotech steering. Oh, right. Aluminum instead of plastic. You know what I'm curious to see is the I'll tell you in a second. Let me put this battery on. This is kind of interesting. I'm curious to see how it all shakes out. So I would like to play with it myself. Check this out. So if you look at this Kyosho, all right? Y, we'll measure it. The Kyosho, the distance between the bell crank pivots is like center to center, 55 millimeters. Okay, 55 millimeters, center to center on the bell crank pivots, right? On the Tekno, you can fit the top plate inside of the Kyosho pivots. What's interesting is that there has been a push to get Tekno to widen these pivots. If you look at the Kyosho, like I just showed, if you look at a lot of the other cars, TLR and some others, they all have wider steering pivots, bell crank pivots than Tekno. The thinking is that if there was a wider bell crank setup, that it would cause less chassis flex left to right. And if you don't set your endpoints properly and you go and steer too hard, the bell crank will actually pull the whole front plate, kind of like it'll force it to flex. So my understanding is that Tekno have some prototypey kind of stuff where they have a new wider top plate, new holes on the chassis plate, and they move the bell crank pivots out. I've seen this firsthand once on Jared Wiggins' car, but not since, and I'd love to get my hands on it. Yeah, but they say it should give more stability, and your chassis won't flex on steering as much, ideally. Ideally. All right. We did bag I. We need to move to bag J. No, we did bag J, right? That was bag J. Yep. So now we need to move to bag K. Where's bag K? Here's bag K. We're getting a car together, y'all. Coming together. Lots and lots of screws. I think this should be everything to put the center diff, the center chassis mount, and the rear clip. Give me 1 second, I blow my nose. It's that kind of day. Stuffy. And let me grab a soda. Today, we're on HEB Pure Cane Sugar Dr. B. Dr. B is a knockoff of Dr. Pepper. It's yummy. As good. Your servo definitely flexes the chassis. If your servo definitely flexes the chassis, probably your endpoints are not set properly. If your bell crank throws to a certain place and then it stops and you start to pull the chassis over, that's too far. Bring that endpoint back. I could kind of show you, maybe, but that would derail this, and I'd like to get this kind of closer to done. I do need to leave in about an hour and a half, unless somebody's plans for me change. So, yeah, I'll dig into that if we have a moment. How's that sound? They give you this chassis brace connection that goes on the back of the gearbox. Don't forget it. I always forget it. And they do get M4 by 12 button head screws. Or not. Tell you what, I can hold it this away. We will need to put some thread lock in 3 of these holes for now. The other 2 we'll get later. And then they will also get M4 by 10 screws, and those will go here. Make sure we get Loctite everywhere. Really want to really crank these down. They should never come off. In fact, I'm not entirely sure when you would even want to take your motor mount off, unless it broke or something. Ripped out, maybe? I don't know. I'll tell you that I have a number of Tekno cars. We have a fleet here, right? Me and my 2 kids. I've never had to replace one of these ever. I've never taken one off of the plate ever. I've had them come loose on their own. That's it. I've also never replaced the motor slide. You'll see what that looks like too. But I've banged them up, I've chewed them up, I've done everything, and I've never replaced one. Okay, let's have us go up to the diff mount with what size screws? M4 by 10s again. These are into plastic, so don't go nuts. This is also a part I've never ever had to replace. The thing that you will need to do with these sometimes, not always, is where the bearing sits for the differential sometimes can wear out. It will wear in, I guess. What you can do is, if that happens, you take a little bit of aluminum duct tape, and basically you can layer it in here, and it basically will shim that spot back in for you. We will need this differential. This is our center diff we built yesterday. Let me get all the oil off of it. Else that's going to sling all over the car and collect dirt. It'd just be gross. Not that. We do need this. And we're going to need this cage and this chassis brace that goes this way. Let's put a little bit of thread lock in these two holes here. It's too much. Way too much. There should be one more M4 button head, and that'll be for the diff cage and the chassis brace, and down. You can crank this one down because it is into metal. Where's that bite? Hmm? See? These are into plastic, don't go nuts. Oh, I might have used the wrong screw in that hole. Oh well. Well, just have to source another one from somewhere else. You know? Have some screws. It should be okay. Think next we can put the rear end in place. Put a screw in to hold it. No, I didn't use the wrong screw. Good job, me. I'll do these by hand after. Car almost stands on its own. It did before I put this rear clip on. Let me turn this clutch up. All right. And 2 and 3 screws go in the middle holes here. I'll just run these in by hand, nice and easy. Let me take a look at chat. Tech, my servo different. Yeah, we talked about the chassis flex. There are 2 screws that go through the chassis plate and into the C block. These are a tuning option. Like chassis braces, you can use these or not. I use them, but not required. What these screws do is steady the C block against the chassis plate, and just like on the front, where we talked about the wide pivot on the steering, it gives a little bit more stability to the rear end, sort of torsionally, to strap the C block to the plate. Just a little bit of extra added stability, left to right. This way, axially. Yeah. So you can use these screws or not. I leave them in for stiffness. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. In a lot of cases, I think. I'm not sure. I run them. I run all the chassis braces too. I like a nice stiff car. Speaking of, we have 1 chassis brace left, and it goes here. Mm-hmm. There we go. Why can't I get that this tire? There it goes. I think that's actually the wrong screw for there. I might have to get a longer one to run through. Not a problem. I want to bite. No, it won't bite. Maybe I need to take that other screw out. It's like it's not letting the hole line up. Oh, it's not doing anything anyway. Yeah, I did use the wrong screw. Somewhere else. Oh well. What did I do with my screw I was just working with? Where'd the screw go? Did I drop it? Oh, here's one anyway. Screws. Huh? Yeah? No. What the heck? What the heck? Even if I put it like in sideways. Alright. To get started. Oh. There we go. Don't be a doofus. Right. Now I need a long screw for that. And we'll be done with this bag. How do I get this to... Did I thread it? Yeah. Like so. That's mostly a truck. Nice. Like it. What do we think? Looks like a truck. Is that a separate chassis brace that's shorter? No, that doesn't go there. Is that made for that spot? No. What is this made for? It's got to be for that one, but there's not a hole for this one. Strange. Where would this one have gone? A buggy? It was in the bag Q. What did I tell you about bag Q anyway? I'm not sure. Bag O, bag P, no bag Q. I do have a blurb on wheelbase adjustments, as we did that. Changes to wheelbase can affect the overall handling of your vehicle since it adjusts the distribution of weight on the wheels as well as the angle of the drive shafts. Shortening the wheelbase at the rear will give you more steering into a turn and off power, less steering out of a turn and on power. Lengthening the wheelbase at the rear will yield the opposite results. In general, a longer wheelbase is better on open and or bumpy tracks, and a shorter wheelbase is better on tighter technical. Go. Let me hold on a second, guys. Gotta call my kid at school. One sec. Yeah, I guess my kid. Maybe she's not feeling good or something. Don't know. She just tried to call me and I didn't realize it. I gotta find out what's going on with my kid. I have to leave and go get her. I'll keep an eye out. Yeah, this thing's going together nice. $5.96 now, huh? It's crazy, man. This YouTube thing. All over the place. What do we attribute that to? 5,965 subscribers to the channel. That's crazy. Exciting. How many YouTubers do you think land 6,000 subscribers in, what, 3 months? Yeah, it is the cleanest it'll ever be. I'm not huge on cleaning my cars. You say a clean car is a fast car, I'll buy it. If you watched Mythbusters back in the day, they did an episode about fuel economy, and they covered a car in golf ball dimples, like large golf ball dimples. Well, it turned out that those pockets of air create less friction than the surface of the body of the car. And so you got higher gas mileage if you had dimples all over your car, right? So my take is, this is what I'm going to run with. You ready? The dirt creates those little pockets for air to sit in and reduces the slipstream friction. That's what I'm going with. Well, I thought my kid would try to call me back straight away, but it appears not. Let me go ahead and dig into the next thing. Oh, the next are shocks, though. It's going to take some time. It's now 3 o'clock almost. Yeah, send it. Let's do shocks. We're going to need this. I typically build the shocks kind of together. I'm going to build these shocks, but I'm not going to put them on. I'm actually going to probably put them on my old truck and take the shocks off my old truck and put them on this one. Stock springs are pink. I think those are the softest of the Tekno truck. Make sure you don't leave any O-rings or any kind of stuff in any of these bags. They will stick sometimes, and you can lose some parts if you're not careful. I like to build shocks. I think building shocks is fun. I don't know why. Most sane people probably would disagree. You're like, nope, don't like to build shocks. I do. I like it. I think shocks are fun. Go ahead and put the balls in the ends. There are some very, very small O-rings you want to keep track of, and very, very small screws as well. These are your bleeder screws for your shocks. Let me find my little 1.5 driver, wherever I put it, and we can put that together so we do not lose them. So your bleeder screws are these little teeny tap head ones, and then these little tiny O-rings slip over the end. There's a little bit of a tip here. In the book they tell you this too. Put a little bit of grease in the O-ring, and that will save the threads from tearing it apart as you put the screw through your O-ring. Where's my napkin? There. And then just put the bleeder screw right in the shock cap. And you want to make sure not to over tighten the screw, because it will strip out these threads in the cap, and you will need to buy a new shock cap, and they are not cheap. They're not inexpensive. So be sure not to strip those out. Whoa. I just launched a little O-ring somewhere. So where did it go? Well, I have some more, but it just went flying. Crap. Okay. I'll find it. I'll find another one. So yeah, a little bit of grease goes a long way on these. Like I said, definitely do not over tighten these. Where did that O-ring go? Oh, I have some more. Not that big a deal. Here. Right? Yeah, that one. Why was there? Maybe I didn't lose it. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Oh, it was a red one. It was a red one that went flying. Okay. I should have replacements for that. I was looking for a black one, but it's a red one. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Shock cartridges. If you were with us the other day, you saw how I like to build these. Here's what I do. I'll clip off all the parts. There's 3. On these trucks, there's actually another set of these that you can use. This is a tuning option. In bag cube. Oops. With this chassis brace we don't understand, there are new caps. I'm actually going to run these myself in the back only. These sets of tall hats, and they'll come out of the shock body, you'll see. But yeah, so hang on to those. These are also your deadband bushings. There's a dead band place clip for the diff mount, and some other stuff, extra added stuffs. So keep that stuff handy. These shocks are front or rear. Now is front. So I'll take my driver, and you'll build these backwards. So you'll go, this hat is going to come out of the bottom of the shock. You put an O-ring, then you put the spacer in between, then another O-ring, and then the inside hat for the cartridge. Is that right? No, that's the outside hat. My bad. I got this just backwards. So like that. All right. Then take and put some grease on your O-rings or in between. This is to kind of keep the O-rings from getting torn as you insert the shocks, the shock pistons, shock shafts. These nuts get this sort of medium-sized O-ring to slip over the cartridge threads, and then you'll just tighten it down to snug until we build the pistons and put it. So same thing. Where's my hats? What did I do with them? What did I do with that little sprue, the white ones? Oh, here. Right, so wide one, O-ring. Spacer, O-ring, hat, and grease. And just run that into the shock body. Then we'll put our ring over the threads. And the nut. Like I said, just snug this down. We're going to need shock shafts, and you'll need these washers. If you do not run these washers, these pistons will split, and they are trash at that point. So make sure you get the big washer underneath of these molded pistons. The Tekno have a couple of options here. There are the molded pistons that they come in the 2.2 kits. They also have Delrin milled pistons that used to ship with the 2.0 kits and 2.1 kits as well. I'll also put a dab of oil in these. Actually, I put away the stock oils. I'll build it stock just cause why not? And I'm not gonna use them anyway. This 550 in the front, 650. 550 in the front. Do I have any? 650. 500. Should have a tube of Tekno 550, right? Should have came in the kit. Well, where did I put it? 5,000, 7,000, 600, 500. What even? $550. Oh, those are good to have. No, I'll just go 600. Since I don't seem to have any 550. It should have came. Oh, there it is. Should have came in the kit. Got a jumble of wires over here. Struggling with. Made a mess on the floor. $550. So I'll put a little bit of oil in the bottoms of these just to let this piston slip by the the cartridge without tearing or any kind of stuff. And then you can just fill your shock up. And give it a little, like a half a pump. So make sure all the air gets out of the bottom. And then top it up. And let it set. And that'll sit there and let the bubbles come out. So shock shaft, big fat washer, piston, and this is a 5mm nut. I like to complain about these because it's the only 5mm nut on the entire car in your shocks. There are no other 5mm nuts on this car. So I have this box just for these nuts, and that's it. How annoying is that? And give that a fill. Give it a pump to make sure we get the air out. The rest of the way up. And let it sit. We can finish building out the caps and the remainder. When you put these on these bushings, there's a curved spot and a flat spot. The curved spot goes up, and you want to make sure that you put these on in opposite directions, because the screws are going to face down into the car once you get it all built. These caps also get these thick O-rings pressed down into the cap. There's a groove down in the bottom there. So press that down in there. These O-rings don't frequently have to be replaced. I mean, you see I have a bag of them, but there's like one O-ring missing because I don't frequently use them. These larger O-rings go inside of the spring collars. There's a groove inside of the spring collar that gets this smaller diameter, or smaller thickness, I'd say, O-ring. And you can place these on if you want. And just wind it up till you get close to the top. Yeah, I think I've got like maybe 10mm worth of. On my other car, like there. Oops, spilled some oil. All right. This was an extra O-ring. I can put this one back in the bag. Bag. Where? Have you heard about Burnham RC Racing? This is new. This is news hot off the press. I haven't talked about it much. I'm going to make a big announcement some point in the not too distant future. But if you're here, you get a sneak peek. One of the local racers here started up his own bench. Let me get a link, and I'm going to put it right in chat. And you guys can go give him a visit. Yeah, here. So go give Burnham RC Racing a view. Like and subscribe, all that good stuff. And I'm gonna get an announcement out here in the next maybe right at the start of January. We can let him build up a little bit of a catalog, and we're gonna kick off the Bench Network. The Bench Network. I want to bring as many people as I can into this hobby and sport. We're trying to figure out ways to make RC more accessible, easier to get into, easier to thrive in, and more fun. So my bench was my first go at it. We're growing. We get a new bench. We'll try to get some other people to kick up some benches too. If you have your own bench, you got maybe an iPhone you could use for a camera and a microphone, you can make your own bench. And we'll start them up and share everything across the fleet of networks, right? A good fleet of benches, rather. I think that sounds pretty cool. I don't know if it's a network. Network's not the right word. I don't know what you call it. But yeah, that's the idea. So go check out Burnham RC Racing. And as he grows up a little bit here, I'll make a bigger announcement. We'll make a bigger splash and get them some love too. Let me take a quick bio break, and I'll come back and start on the rear shocks. One sec. All right. Sorry about that. Right. Back to shocks. I'll go ahead and finish these and then we'll build the rears. Yeah. Grub screws, cool. All right. So next step, you just have to put the shock caps on. I like to put a dab of oil, a couple drops in the cap before I put them on, just to make sure there's plenty of oil. Plus, it invariably gets in the threads and gives a little bit of lubrication there. Once you're here, you can put your wrench, your wheel wrench, around the base of your shock, and then I just run a screwdriver through the lid and crank it down. From here, we just need to bleed them. And I'll basically just compress these, keep pressure on, and back the bleeder screw out while pressing down, and all of the oil and air will come out. Put our bleeder screw back. Again, don't tighten, over tighten it. And then just clean all the oil off of the rest. And if this is pretty dead, and it is, I will just bend it. Unless I feel like there's some air bubbles. Yeah, no. This is good. So next, you put on the boot, and you'll come in with the rod end. And then from there, just a spring and a spring perch, which I'll usually compress the spring down with my fingers and slide the perch that way, press it onto the rod end, let the spring come back, and then you'll put just a little grub screw through the spring perch and rod end. And this is really just keeping the spring perch from flying around. It's not doing a lot of work. If it wasn't here, the spring perch would probably shift around. But yeah, there's a shock built. Nice and neat. Next, we're going to go back and do the other one. Same thing, I put a couple of drops of oil. There's my wheel wrench, my screwdriver. Yeah. And the same thing, bleed it, compress, take the screw out. And don't over tighten. How tight to make shock caps? Yeah, as tight as you can. You don't want a shock cap coming off. And it'll start leaking, and then you don't really have any control over your springs. You'll be bouncing down the straightaway with no oil because it all blew out the top. Seen it happen. My daughter had it happen in a race once. She didn't put the cap tight, and it definitely blew oil, and it was a mess. I mean, there wasn't that much of a mess to clean, but it was it was pretty. It was a mess to drive for her. Obviously, it was a little bit of a mess to clean because there was oil everywhere. But with dirt, you know how it goes. Oil plus dirt. You know what? I ever tried like spinning these without? I wonder if I could do something like that. Just whip it around instead of having to like work it in. It'll be funny. There's our front shocks built. Let me go ahead and throw them on the car. And we'll do the rears. So like I said, these bleeder screws, you want them to face into the car, not out. They do stand a little bit proud of the surface, and they will get knocked around if they're facing out of the car. So you want to put them facing in. The grub screws for the spring perch, you want facing out. And then for your arms, where do I have my links? Outer. You use a silver screw on the left hand. Shock the one that's facing you. And it is left hand threaded, so it does go in counterclockwise. And then on the right hand side, you'll use the black screw, which is right hand threaded. Goes in clockwise. And make sure you put your flange nut there. In a pinch, if you don't have a flange nut, you can use a regular M3 nylock, but don't be shocked, pardon the pun, if it slides, if your bushing slides over the thingy. Yeah, you know, this shock, well, that is an awful lot of droop, isn't it? I'll set it this way for now. Maybe I'll put longer ends on to get my shock to run down to all the way to the armhole without stressing. But since I'm not really going to use these shocks anyway, maybe I'll just leave it. And whenever I get around to using them, I can fix that. I think these will probably just go right on to my old truck, which will get a refresh, and then I'm going to give it away to one of you. Hey, Doof, question for you. When you put the foams on the wheel, which way do you put the foams on the wheel when you're gluing tires? Step side out or step side in towards the wheel? Foam? You mean... So... This is a tire foam. This is the way it goes. When I'm gluing tires, yeah, I use the ribs face into the wheel, and I guess these horizontal and longitudinal. I don't know how you say that, I guess. What's the latitude and longitude, right? There you go. It's yeah. So yeah, the ribs face into the wheel. Is that kind of what you're looking for? Oh yeah. And then you know, so another thing you can do too is while you're gluing, I just started playing with this myself, but a lot of guys, especially the fast guys, will flip these inside out and take a pair of scissors. These body scissors work. You fold the rib over like this, like the tire kind of foam in half, and then you just cut out like a V like that. I've been playing with that a little bit. It's supposed to make your tire sort of run flatter, but your mileage may vary. I don't know. I also screwed around with gluing foams. I don't recommend it, at least not for me. It made it too aggressive, like a lazy car. All right. Doing some like that and some not. Yeah, you could do that. All right. You can put away the 650, 550. I'll just bin that little bit. Like I said, I'm going to do these rears. Oh no. They give them actually in the rears. Awesome. I was going to use these, but they're there. I guess those are only for the fronts if I needed them. Cool. Good to know. Boots, springs. Yo, are those big washers actually metal? I think they might be. They are. They're magnetic. Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought they were plastic, just sturdier than the crappy white piston plastic. Huh, cool. A big metal washer. Didn't know. Learned something new. I've handled that thing, I don't know how many times, but I didn't pay any attention to it to figure out if it was metal or not. Built a number of these kits. I should know better. Yeah, that was the options. Gluing up 15 sets. 15 sets of tires? Man, I don't envy you. I don't like to glue tires that much to start with, and I would never sit and glue 15 sets. Most I've ever done is like in one shot, maybe 7 or 8. And that was like before a big travel race or something like that. I don't like to glue tires in 15 sets at a stretch. Ugh. More power to you. JW Smart. You're not any connection to JW heaters, are you? Did I ask you that before? I've seen your name here before, for sure. JW heaters. Like that. I love my JW heaters. Uh. Oh, you're prepping for Silver State. That'll be good, man. A bunch of the guys here go and have gone to Silver State. Reggie's here today. He usually goes every year to Silver State. Yeah, a bunch of the guys here go to Silver State a lot. It's supposed to be a great show. It's supposed to be a lot of fun. Vegas is expensive. I don't know if it's cheaper these days. I don't know. I don't even know what the tourist trade is like in Vegas. I've heard not good things, but yeah, maybe that's the time to go when there's not a lot of people. Maybe it would be less expensive. You live there, right? You live in Vegas, I believe. Usually comes across as JWRC, but no, not related. Well, you wouldn't get a free heater. You have to make yourself a free heater. If you're JW. He's a nice guy. Jeremy Whiting's his name. JW Motorsports. He's a really nice guy, and he is somebody who he only really builds and sells his head heaters to help other racers. He's not trying to make a lot of money. He is just somebody who wants to help other racers. And he saw a problem in the market, and he thought he had a better solution. So he went and got the gear to do all the stitching, sewing, and so on. He's got like a computer, like a CNC stitching machine that he uses for like all the custom stitching and stuff's pretty cool. Yeah, super nice guy. I did a video on the channel where I replaced one of the heating elements in one of his heaters because I broke mine because I'm dumb. It wasn't free, and I had to do the work myself, but I got to make a video out of it. And it's up there for anybody who ever needs to do the same thing because they might be an idiot like me. Yeah, that's JW Heaters. I like that guy. Silver State. Silver State. I mean, it looks like fun. I watched some of the races last year. If you want somebody to bug while you're out there, go see a man called Carlos Rebus. I'm pretty sure they're going to Silver State this year, or for 26. Go bug Carlos if you find him, or his kid Connor. Connor's got a video out on the channel too, driving the short course. But those guys are local and fantastic human beings. What are we going to do? Chalk shafts, right? Oh, and cartridges. Let's build cartridges. Let's do that first. Got distracted by all my talking. I was like a comic book villain right there, huh? Got distracted from destroying the world by delivering a monologue. So yeah, big hat goes on the bottom, and then we'll go an O-ring, spacer, O-ring. Put your grease in between, and put in the shock body. I already put the O-ring around the threads, so just snug it down. Oh, do you know, I never tightened the nuts on the bottom of the other shocks. Oh well. They'll live. Scott must be here. He says that I should blow my nose. Okay, Mom. I'll get on that. I don't know if my wife would be pleased that you were trying to parent me, Scott. Maybe she would. We're all a big family anyway, right? We kid because we love. A friend of mine, I said that one time. I said, we kid because we love. And she retorted, and we love because we hate. Like, yeah. It's funny. We kid because we love, and we love because we hate. All right, shock shafts. I haven't talked to her in a long time. I wonder how she's doing. It's my buddy from back in the day. He was the best man at both of my weddings. It's his wife. My buddy's wife, I haven't talked to in some years. I moved out of state. I did see my buddy last summer, but didn't get a chance to see her. So I don't know how she's doing. I heard she's okay. She must be okay. I would have heard if she wasn't. So, Nessa, if you're out there somewheres, I was just thinking about you, talking about you. Give me a call. Tell your boy to. Uh-huh. You have to email me with the names. Oh, do I have your email address by way of YouTube? If I do, I'll send it to you. Otherwise, the Rebuses. If you look on my channel, I've got a track rip with Connor running one, and you can see names there. If you're a Tekno person and you spend any time at all on the Tekno Owners Facebook group, you will have seen Carlos's name somewhere, I'm sure. He's very active in helping other people on the Facebook group, on the Tekno Facebook group. Oh, my MSM tray. This was actually not from RC Box Club. I'm not actually a Box Club member. But what this was MSM's got a race series here in Texas. If you look back through the channel live streams, I think I have like my recovery video from the last MSM series event, which was here at Thornhill. That was the final for the year. And this was actually a raffle prize. I got this tray And I actually bought this MSM shock tool because I really like these aluminum jaws on the front. They're good for pulling pins and stuff out of arms and whatnot, where you can't get a fingernail or something underneath of something. These soft aluminum teeth can usually grab it pretty well. While I'm thinking about it, let me tighten down the cartridge nut because I didn't do it on the other one. Not that it's gonna hurt anything. I was saying the other day, one of the guys here at the track has a vacuum chamber that he uses for degassing shocks and diffs. I'm gonna have to get that over here one day. We'll play with it. Oh, the Southern Showdown. Yeah, yep, MSM Southern Showdown. It's pretty cool. You can actually make out all the MSMs and stuff on my tools. Good stuff. I've talked to Mark once. Nice guy. His wife's real cool too, Melissa. Yeah, good people. I like the MSM race. It's a good event. I like the how he does the Spectrum and the Arma versus Axis stuff, whatnot. I think he's on the right track for trying to grow RC racing, and that's what I want to do, right? So we're simpatico. In the end, Mark and I are trying to do the same things. I may be a little bit more selfish than he is. I'm mostly interested in getting more people to race, so I have more people to race with. Nah, I think we have more people to race. I think, yeah, that's gravy. Did I put rings in here? No. I honestly, I've said it many times. If you heard me say it before, I'm sorry. I'm repeating myself, but I really honestly think that in the not too distant future, all the guys who today are buying side by sides and off road gear are not going to be able to afford those things any longer because they're going to be priced out of reach, right? I'm not sure about this. This is just sort of my speculation, sort of reading the tea leaves. But I think that at a certain point in the not too distant future, things are going to get too expensive for those guys, and they're going to go and try to find another toy to play with, right? And why not just scale down? You could race 8-scale cars with us. I'm not sure about that. I could be way off. And why did I put the... I put oil in the caps, but I didn't put the bleeder screws in yet. Sheesh. So I'm just leaking oil everywhere. There's a reason we're called Doofus's bench. You know? Let's try not to be too dumb. Let's see, how do I get this O-ring out of here? It sticks to your finger. That's how you get it out. Carlos is a good guy. Yeah, Carlos is a great guy. He'll absolutely help you with anything. Used to run Tekno, but switched to Mugen. Yeah. Well, like I said, oh yeah. The other day we were talking about that, and I was showing off my Mugen motor mount and my CT. All right, now we can make less of a mess. Now all my oil leaked out. I need to put some more. Right. Let me use this one first because it was been sitting longer. So, you heard me mention that dude Scott. If he's still on, I'm not sure, but he also has a Mugen. He hasn't run in a very long time. Or he had. Maybe he got rid of it. Probably yelling at me. Shows how much attention I pay, huh? Alright. Lead this thing. Mugen seems to be very similar to Tekno. From what I've seen, and I haven't seen much. I don't have a lot of experience with them, but from what I've seen, they look to be very similar. I think the bodies are a direct fit from one another. At least on buggies. Yeah. That's collar's gonna need to be way down. It's not even pressing the spring against the perch yet. There it goes. Still loose. Nice. Need some more drops of oil. Since we let it all spill out. I did tighten that down, didn't I? Right? Eh? Yay? Nay? Nay. I am going to have to bleed this again now. I didn't even have the lid on. It feels fine. Just a drop or two, maybe. No problem. I wish that Tekno give us the new shock boots with these kits. They have new ones that are less material. They don't get snagged on stuff so often. They're like skinny jeans compared to these. If you want a comparison. Skinny jeans shock boots. What a klutz. Oh, I hear somebody out there driving. I'm jealous. Finish this up and we'll go out and join them. Right. Where did my little bushings just go flying to? I just saw them and I knocked them out of the way whenever I dropped that shock. Where did they go? We kind of need them. Oh, hey there. Like I said earlier, yeah, just put these in opposite one another. It doesn't matter which way. Just make sure that they're not the same. Like that. See, if I put this in this way, that would be wrong. Ow. And next, we just need to put them on the car. Throw this oil away. Bring the car back. Truck back, whatever you want to call it. And get them on. Screws face into the car, please. Yikes. Silver screw, left hand thread on the left hand side. I'm gonna button this up. I'm gonna go run a pack. And I got a reprieve on having to leave at the top of the hour in 2 minutes. So I'll stick around a little while longer. Maybe another hour. What did I do with my other shot? Here. What did I do with the... Oh, there it is. Oh, you know what? I didn't run a grub screw into the spring perch. Not that that would have been terrible. It's just better to not leave stuff out. All right. No, we want to go middle hole. In the rear, not outside. Yes, middle hole. I got that wrong on the other side.
and fix that. And then I can go play. Oh, this goes clockwise. Clockwise to bring it out. I was just tightening it. Yeah, see, there's my alarm to leave, but I don't have to leave, so we're okay. All right. Cool. What do we think of that? Front and rear clips on. We just need to get the insides in. You're gonna let me drive that Friday? What, this one? This truck? If it's done. Sure. Oh, Friday? No. Are you gonna be here on Friday? If so, yes. Saturday? Maybe. Yeah, certainly. If you're here, you're welcome. That goes for anybody. Somebody wants to come drive my truck. Come drive my truck. Please do it on a Friday or Saturday when the track is open, unless you are a member. Okay. Channel A done. Channel B done. I got 2 packs to run. Go to oats, but see what happens. I don't know from my family who's going to go to oats on Saturday, Sunday. Which day is it? I don't remember. Not important. Either way, if it's just me and the boy, you can ride with us. But if it's the 3 of us, it might be a tight fit. I don't think it will be. I don't think my daughter wants to go this weekend. So, yeah, if it's just me and the boy, you're welcome to ride with us. Uh-huh. I can find out and let you know. All right, I'm going to go and run a pack. I'll be back. See if I can keep up with Mr. Tom. Here it is. Hey, you want a fuel while I'm here? And that was almost empty. Oh no 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 no! Yeah. Ay ay. Tumble tumble. Oh no. No. Ooh. I hit a nail and the fucking thing flipped over. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm dead anyway. Oh. What?
When I watched it earlier,
Yeah.
I mean,
What?
you're way too thick on chock walls.
You think so? I
Rear of the truck never moves.
yeah, really?
I watch her on the track. The kicks up, absorbing.
Yes.
It doesn't squat at all. I mean,
doesn't
it's like doesn't move.
Take it down. I think it's like 750 in the. It's like I've been playing going like heavy, 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 and see what happens.
I think you're way too thick.
Yeah, it's still fast. This thing screams.
Still running that speed control?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I
finally build my 11. That's how I'm gonna put in it.
this one's on the deck, no fan.
That's how I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, that's how I did it on this one. And my new buggy I built last week, and I did the same thing again. I just right on the deck. That was out of my old buggy, so like I just took that one and then the new buggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I
It's cool.
still remember driving your buggy with it in there. I'm still impressed now. So.
Yeah, it's nice. I turned the
My car, I want it to come out of the hole a little bit harder.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm running a 2400 motor.
Right.
It's real smooth on bottom. And I don't want to go to, every time I've gone back to 2200, it's just not smooth enough.
Yeah.
But I want something that has a little more on the bottom.
Yeah.
So I've like nuts of gearing, all kinds of crazy stuff to get more oomph on the bottom, and I just can't get it there.
And you think that'll do it?
Well, I'm thinking that with the 2200, it was real smooth when I drove yours.
Right.
So I know the 2200s they have a lot more oomph than the 2400s. So my plan was to run a 22 with that
Okay.
and see how it goes.
I'm excited. I want to see how you like it.
I just got to get that car built. I just got too many other things on my mind right now.
You guys doing over the house?
Like clothing and stuff, like Adidas and Tommy Hilfiger and Van Heusen and Puma,
Oh wow.
Izod, like that, and then we just got in this huge load of jeans. And it's just been killing us.
So you sell them on eBay and stuff?
Well, that was my business for 20 plus years, is selling on eBay.
Yeah.
You know, but it was all like business and industrial. And I just wanted to do something, you know, to. I'm feeling very useless, so. That was it, like brand new stuff that you can just put in a bag to ship.
Yeah.
Like, man, I can do that even when I'm on email.
Yeah.
And so Mom and I have been doing it. We got a ton of crap. So yeah, that's what been working on. But this last load was over 1,000. Plus other stuff, but it's all new stuff. But the last stuff was there's shelf poles. So shelf poles.
Shelf.
So like out like from Target. So I decided not to carry something anymore. They just pull it off the shelf. And
Shelf.
the problem is they like put them all, each one individually in a bag, and then threw them all in a big like, sort of thing, and then you know, like organize it. Like, God damn. Other stuff I wasn't like that. I didn't know. The other stuff I in box and it's all organized. And mistake.
What do you think I should go down at? About 50 or 100? What?
To me, it feels like you go out like 200 all the way around.
Really?
Yeah. What do you have in there now?
750.
It's really thick. Really thick. What pistons is it?
Stock.
Oh, I don't even know.
4-hole, 1516 in the front, I think, and 1415 in the back, I think.
Oh, yeah, it's bigger in the front?
Maybe I got it backwards.
Yeah. Hopefully I got it back. Yeah, I always want a little more pack in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, man, the back end of the truck never moved.
I was actually kind of looking for more like support, right? Like they could throw it around a little bit and not like have it go all sloppy, nervous, you know?
Well, you can get support in other ways.
Yeah.
Raise this camber link up all the way.
Yeah.
Will help that coming out of the turn where it kicks the deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right now, it's not rolling or it's not doing anything. So, but you know, chalk oil isn't the answer from keeping it from to where you can have more support. That's usually you need to get chalk oil to where it like handles everything on the track. You can get more support by changing other things, and then you'll get more support from pistons than you will chalk oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you kind of need it in a certain like field kind of deal where it can actually move. And then if it's not what you want, then you change pistons or change springs or you change.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the other thing. I did springs. I did springs first, actually. And then I was like, all right, let me go up in oils and just fooling around, right?
You should talk with Santos on his setup. His truck looks really good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Maybe. I'm not as fast as he is, though.
The drive is getting a lot better, man. I think benefit from better setup.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's actually driving better. A setup will be a big deal.
Sure, the setup is like half the battle.
Yeah.
You got a car that can drive itself. You go fast.
Still, Feel his.
His,
Just saw how it went around track.
I was gonna say his looks like super plush without touching it.
Feel
Oh yeah,
That was a little thick.
that's like no resistance.
well,
That's actually thicker than my other car. My car that I race with. This.
Yeah, that thing's like a rock.
Oh, in Truggies, like in Truggies, you can go lighter. You
Yeah,
can put water in those things.
yeah, you can.
You're way too thick.
Like
I think a better setup would make you much faster on track.
I know for
It
a
really
fact. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I see. I have a sense that this is the way I do things, right? I have a sense that I put whatever trash on the track and make it go fast, and then if I can figure out how to do that, then work through like all kind of like so you can have tents here and there and setup changes and stuff.
You gotta-
I need to take whole seconds off. Tell me.
That's stupid. That's it. Don't do it that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's not-
that is the wrong way to do it.
It's not stupid, but I'm just.
It's a way.
It's not the right way.
There's, no, wait. There's no rules in this thing. There is no
there's
right
no
way.
rules.
There might be a more right way than another,
But
but
if you
there's no
want
right
to go
way.
faster, you don't. That's not the route to take.
There are some rules. Like some rules, like if you want to go, like I said, if you want to go faster, you got to do certain shit. Like your car has to be able to do certain things well in
Mhm.
order for you to. be
Yeah, I don't know what
consistent
those are
and
yet.
drive well.
Well, that's where you're out here all the time. So here's what you do.
Yeah.
You focus on one thing at a time and go, okay, I'm just going to change my camera link locations. And then each time I drive my car, I'll feel what it did.
Yeah, that's what I've been
And you
doing
just
today.
learn.
Yeah.
You just learn, it's like, okay, today I'm going to just play with X, I'm going to play with diffs today. Just change them and feel what it does. And
Today I
learn.
did wheelbase.
Say whatever, but only change one thing at a time.
Yeah,
And then
always.
go run it and go, oh, well, that's what
I never
did. Okay.
I'm an IT guy.
And
You
then
never
you can
change
write it
more than
down.
one variable at a time.
Yeah. And then what it did if you need to and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it to me is intuitive, but I've been doing it forever.
I know.
So, it's
And he knows a lot. Like Chris knows, like do this. It should do this.
Right.
Do this.
Yeah.
it's gonna
Yeah.
do
See,
this.
I'm not
He can
smart
look
enough
at the
yet.
car and just, okay, you need to do this.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and it'll work. So if he says do something to your car, do exactly what he says. Because I've been doing it since '98, right? And he'll look at my car and go around the track, and be like, "Hey, Reg, you need to probably do this." And I'll do it. I'm like, "You know what? It was awesome. Thank you." I call, when I'm at races and
Oh, he does,
I'll
yeah.
call him and be like, "Hey, man, my car's doing this. It's doing this. And this." He'll be like, "Okay, do this." And then I'm hauling ass again. You know.
It's still,
Chris
so,
knows shit. He does.
I'm a pretty decent driver. So I can take,
No, you're not. You're better than decent. Come on.
so, okay. I'll be real honest with you. Like, the reason I'm fast is because my car is set up really good.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't set up really good, I wouldn't be near as fast.
Really?
I really would.
Me
And
too.
yeah.
For sure.
And so, like, I can't just take anybody's car and just make it look ballistic fast. It
Oh, really?
doesn't work that way. Like, I can go into to tell you how critical setup is, like, even radio setup.
Yeah.
Like, I can go and, like, I'll be running laps, and I'm like, man, I'm having to wait on it in this area and do this. And I know exactly what to do in my radio that can change that. And I can change, it could be half second a lap
Yeah.
just by a radio change.
Yeah. For sure.
And so setup is so key to running fast and running consistent and running, good where you're in control, the whole bit. Like, if you're always fighting the car, you're never going to actually learn how to drive a car fast.
Yeah.
So if you don't
So-
care, you're just out here having
Yeah, if you don't
just
care
want
about that, then
bash.
just keep.
you just
just
don't
do
care
whatever you
where
wanna
you
do.
place. You don't care where you place and all that. Then be like, all right, whatever, just throw it out.
Yeah.
there.
I
That's what
actually.
you want out of it.
So that actually is my sort of like my mindset racing, right? Is I want to come out here and go faster every time. I don't care about like racing other people necessarily. Like I just want to go
But do
faster.
you care about getting better or
Yeah.
not care?
If you want to go
Yeah.
faster every time, then you need to do what I was saying.
Yeah.
Try different setups.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing lately.
That's
And-
what I do.
Yeah.
Like when I was, well, this car is breaking. My other car, every time I came out, I did like one thing to it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
You gotta learn.
That's what I've been doing.
You know, and then I'm telling you, like 25% of the setup in my car isn't the radio.
Yeah.
It's how like where I
I think so
adjust
too.
braking stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'll change
Yeah.
like braking speed versus throttle speed versus I'll even like on my electric car, I'll even change like the throttle neutral to different places
Yeah.
to make it do different things.
Yep.
And I'll change steering speed, I'll change steering return speed, you know, I know what all this stuff does to my car, and I can fine tune my car without ever touching it. You know,
Yeah.
I can change a car that's like pushing and not working good to
You can just tune it on the
dial right
radio.
in just by pulling off the side
You
for a
see-
second and changing some stuff. But it's stuff like you gotta
I
just
wish.
sit there and play with all that stuff
Yeah.
and learn what it does.
Yeah.
Dude, I
You know,
tell
and like, okay, that says that. Okay, that makes sense. I know what that's
that's
going
why I
on.
like the top of because they have like these two things right by your thumb, and the top one is brake, and the bottom one is.
Oh, you set them up so you can dial them like.
Default, like it's,
Oh, really? Yeah, I can. We can set
Oh,
those up.
this is the most programmable one there is. 'Cause this is a 4-way. That's a 4-way.
Yeah.
You can adjust these. So like this, I have my steering trim, but then it also has my steering expo,
Yeah.
and then this is my throttle trim, and then
And
my
expo.
throttle, my throttle expo, and then I have steering speed here,
Yeah.
like turn and return, and then I have to go into the actual deal to change my throttle speed and my brake speed,
Yeah.
and then
The channel speed
ETAs
stuff,
and all
yeah.
that kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah.
I do the dual rate and the brakes. Well, during the race, I'll mess with that.
Yeah.
I'll go down the
I
straightaway.
know.
I'll go down the straightaway and I'll be like, click, down the straightaway. Whoa, click. You know what I mean? And it'll take away some steering. Like,
Yeah.
okay, that was better. Or
Yeah.
where? Oh, I need more brake. Click. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
really important. Like, it's
Oh, it's
really
super
important.
important. Yeah, radio setup is super important. It really is.
Crazy important.
It's like the missing link a lot of people never figure out.
Yeah. I mess
The
with my
car's
radio
gonna be
very
really
much.
good, and
I've set it and I forget it, right? Like I keep my channel
It's,
speeds low too. I start, I don't mess with it like
you puzzle,
right.
know?
Yeah.
You know, like it's more to me the compound than anything else.
That's what
Tires.
I come out here and run bolts, and like, the only difference I can tell is in compounds. Like the tread doesn't seem to make a goddamn difference.
Not a huge amount of difference. You can do a difference between like how tight the the tread is versus spread out, or it's going to do different things and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And you'll have differences in side bite on a lot of different tires where it grabs.
Yeah.
Forward
Like
bite
these.
versus side bite. Like I like a tire that's equal forward and side. I can't drive bar tires. It just doesn't work for me.
You said you liked radars.
But I gave them all away because
Oh.
I'm too inconsistent with them. I keep giving up on bar tires. I like pins.
Yeah.
I can't drive bar tire consistent. I can turn fast laps in practice, come to a race, and I'll crash.
That's our tire that I've run and
It is
actually like
fantastic bar
and
tires,
actually
there's
like
no
to
doubt.
drive. Yeah.
I put on my car and go out there and run ballistic laps, but in a race, I'll crash.
Really?
That's guaranteed. Guaranteed I'll crash. I had no doubt in my mind.
You do have to drive a little different. You do have
Yeah.
to kind of like be a little not point shoot, but smoother, I think.
But I drive smooth. I don't know
He
why.
I was just saying he drives really smooth.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of aggressive in corners. Though.
I am
You
fast.
come in and come out
turns,
like
yeah.
you're like, get on it, coming in and coming.
Yeah, I do.
I think with bars, like, because they have a lot forward, and they either like have side by.
Yeah.
I think the problem with bars, they don't have enough side bite for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
And then I start pushing hard, and then it bites me.
Yeah,
Why do you
I
think-
smooth like?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah.
What makes the difference in side bite with a bar versus a pin? I mean, it's just the structure of the
The pin just
tread. I don't.
just grabs it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, just grabs it better.
Hmm.
Bars kind of flow better because they have a little less side bite. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like when the traction comes up and you want your car to kind of rotate, go, pin will have, I think, more side bite usually.
Oh yeah, yeah,
A lot
almost.
more, so it won't let it
Yeah.
like flow. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Whereas,
Well, yeah, it all depends on the setup too. So obviously, I gravitate toward pin setup. You know,
Yeah.
that's fine. And I'm faster on a slick track than a high grip track.
Yeah.
I'm really good on slick tracks.
This I love. My favorite time to drive this one is when you get that nice shiny groove and like it's almost like polished concrete. Like you can hear your tire like squeaking across. It's like squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh, I love that shit.
Truggy Racing does
yeah,
I love that shit.
that.
Squeak, 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 squeak.
Yeah.
You'll be a lot happier if you go like half of whatever your shock is. Go
Yeah.
half the weight, whatever that is.
Yeah. This is fuck around and find out, man. Like I put 750 in it to fuck around and find out.
When you found out.
This is that's the other thing I do too, right? Like I don't listen to anyone. I'm like I'll just go and try a bunch of shit and see what happens. Right? Like,
I've done that. During the week,
That's-
I would try the weirdest stuff you've ever seen.
yeah.
It's different. Like everybody drives slightly different.
Yeah.
These things,
Everybody's
like,
everybody's
I see
different.
That turn different than he does, and my fingers move at a different rate.
Yeah.
And all that stuff.
Yeah, everybody's different.
Like yeah.
Oh yeah, like Glass to me, like I'll drive his car, and I'm like, man, I need way more steering, because man, it's got too much steering. I'm like, okay.
I was driving with Jared when we were here. I was like, this car has more steering than my 11, and he wanted to drive. He's like, all right, I'll drive it. And I thought it had a lot of steering. He's driving.
Man, I need more
I
steering.
need more steering. I'm like, I need more. He's like,
Everybody's
"I need
different,
more
man.
steering." I was like, this has enough steering. You just want more like initial or something. He was like, no, it just needs more overall steering.
Over.
I was like,
That's like, okay, so when I drive, and everybody's told me this, and I understand it now. It's taken me a long time to quite figure this out. My hands move slow, and I can't make them move faster for some reason. Like when I turn the wheel and throttle and stuff,
yeah.
they only go so fast, you
Right,
know.
right,
So
right.
like my steering's turned up to 100%, and Glass's car, you know, his stuff is slow, dude.
Yeah.
And like I drive it and I go, man, your stuff's so slow. And he goes, no, it's fine. And then I watch him drive and his hands are like, you know, like so fast. I'm like, that's
Do you,
you know, it's like that's why he thinks his car has plenty of steering, and I think it doesn't have enough.
Right.
You know.
you guys turn your whole hand when you turn?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, like
Yeah.
Do you really? Seriously? I don't.
I don't know.
I just use my fingers. I just rotate my.
yeah, I'll do like that.
Yeah.
But you know, like when I'm driving, that's about as fast as I turn the wheel right there.
Yeah. That's.
know,
I mean, same.
I go, I'm just
Unless I'm in
slow with
trouble.
the way I turn the wheel and different stuff. Yeah, and that's why I always look like real smooth because I don't turn it and I don't squeeze it. I just don't do it very fast, and I wish I could drive it, do it faster. I guess, you know.
I was out here.
People are. That's why, like, I figured that out. That's why different stuff for different folks because they react different in their hands and stuff like that. And I'm like real variable in my throttle and steering. And a lot of people are not.
Right.
They're just like all or nothing.
Yeah.
Mm.
On stuff. Yeah.
I yank mine around pretty good. So I have to slow it down. I have to slow it down.
You don't modulate this way. You modulate this way.
Yeah.
Like it's like
My steering does the same.
I'll give multiple inputs instead of one smooth one.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, see, like my whole coming into RC and for a long time is I drove 2-wheel drive buggy on dirt.
Uh-huh.
In the old days, I mean, you're talking stuff doesn't handle worth garbage compared to
Right.
nowadays, you know. So you had to be smooth as butter to drive those things, man.
Or you
And
wouldn't
I
go
ran a lot of
straight.
mod, like 2-wheel mod on dirt.
Like that
You
was
want to talk about the hardest thing there is?
my first. I think my first RC cars I ever drove when I was a kid. My buddy had a grasshopper and a frog.
Yeah, my first car
Things
was
they were hard to
a frog.
drive. Yeah.
That was the first one I ever had.
You had a
for
frog.
racing. And I mean, I had the original C10 gold tub with the short arms and the sweeper speed control.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we raced. I was racing, and that was like that was the hot stuff, man.
They were terrible.
That was the hot stuff.
They had like the spring for the shock and all with the single shock in the front or something.
No. Original RC10 gold, yeah.
The frog had a single shot. I don't
But
remember
I mean,
that.
I started racing before the the associated RC10 came out.
Okay.
So we were all racing like Tamiya cars and stuff.
Right.
And then somebody would come out with like their Kyosho Ultima or
Yeah. Right.
something.
At one point, I was like,
Oh, the Optima, man. Optima Mid. Love that.
Yeah.
I see it. You know, you can order them now. I've almost ordered one so many times.
I ordered a frog the other day.
Did you really?
I built a frog.
I have a Hornet that I built that's on my shelf.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was one I raced. I raced the Hornet for a really long time.
That's cool.
See, my
Way,
friends had
way
that
back.
stuff when I was a kid, but I never got into any of the stuff until I came out here,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
like 3 years ago.
Well, I
or
started when I was
whatever.
15, and I'm
Yeah.
53 now, so been doing it for a minute.
we couldn't afford them. I always wanted one, but I always saw them. Like,
Yeah, that's the same.
We just couldn't afford it, so when I got drafted, went to the hobby shop and came out with a gas truck. That was in '98.
Oh,
2 years
man.
after I got drafted.
It's a GT back then.
GT, yeah, GT.
That was a good truck, man.
Yeah, it
I
was
ran,
awesome.
got 1,000,000 miles driving a gas truck, man.
And that, yeah, they messed. It wasn't the same after that. After that, they kind of just went downhill with it.
Yeah, no, that was the
Yeah.
best gas truck.
No doubt about
It
it.
really was.
Like actual gasoline or
Yeah, yeah.
Same-
It ran,
Oh, really?
it ran like a
same fuel
12.
as
not nitro?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
nitro.
Oh, nitro.
Yeah,
not,
just a smaller motor, 2-wheel drive, 10-scale
12.
gas truck.
oh, right.
Yeah.
12 instead of 21.
Yeah.
12.
Got
And you did not need a big motor. Like, people weren't like looking around for bigger motors.
Hell.
You always had way more motor than you needed.
Yeah.
You just wanted to get it going straight.
That was the hardest thing, make it go straight. Man.
Yeah.
I remember watching the. I was at the Nats in Harlingen. This in the '90s, like the off-road Nats, '90s. Oh, a long time ago. And Tebow was like a kid basically back then, you know, and that gas truck was gigantic back then. It was huge,
Yeah,
and
it was big.
he was so fast. And they had him and his dad had made, or his dad had made, where he had quick change tires in the rear of his truck.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I'm telling you, he was like the only one that had, where he just popped them off,
Yeah.
and those set back on. But they changed tires in the middle. It was like, I guess it was 45-minute main. That
Yeah.
track was steep tires, and he won. But they changed. But he came in one time, and they looked bottom of the car, and like half the screws were missing out of the rear end of the car. They're there like putting screws back in
Seriously?
real quick and sending them back out, and he still won that thing, man.
Dang.
And I'm telling you, I think he only won because he was able to put on new tires so quick.
Yeah.
Everybody else stuff was bald,
Yeah.
and it was dusty and chewing up
Bless you.
stuff. So bald tires not good,
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah, his dad was like a mechanical
Oh
wizard,
yeah, man.
Oh, yeah?
All kinds of.
He was a wizard.
Yeah, that was back when Drake was super fast in gas truck
Yeah.
too. It was like him and Drake were like. Cavalier was really fast in gas truck
Yeah.
back then too.
Tebow was kind of the man.
He was the man in gas truck, man.
He like invented.
But he was a kid. I mean, like
He was young.
he had been a teenager at that one.
Jared invented when he started running 8-scale. He invented the whip.
Oh, yeah.
He invented.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Eric,
nobody
he made
was
it cool.
doing
Nobody was doing it.
Nobody was really doing it in
No.
RC cars, really. Everybody was just doing it on motocross, and then he came over and he started doing it, and he was kicking everybody's
Pretty sure, like,
ass
back
with
then
it.
he had like an afro too, man. They were all
Yeah,
crazy.
He was the first one to jump, like, in his car would go. Everybody's like,
Yeah, his pitch
Ooh.
was
"What you doing?"
Yeah, that was-
doing it.
Yeah, now everybody's
that was a
doing
pretty wild time back then.
Yeah, Jared. Yeah, thank Jared for that.
it. Okay. Hey, you reminded me of something earlier. Speaking of Jared's, people talking about people driving differently. I remember there was one of the races here, and Jared and Katie were here. Wiggins was here,
Uh-huh.
and they drove your Tekno.
Yeah.
And I remember Jared and Katie, both of them were like, "This car is fucking hard to drive." And I got to thinking about it, and I was like, "God," and we're like, "Dude, there's drive
That's
like
why I
what?"
drive my car because I don't know what's going on.
But you were making it go.
I mean, I was yeah. That was one of the reasons why I switched because I
remember way back.
I couldn't go fast without it being like super hard to drive.
Yeah.
Like this car, I can go fast with.
I remember he drove my Tekno way back when, where I had, all the shocks were laid way over, the thicker diffs, all this stuff.
Yeah.
And he drove it. He goes, man, I don't like it. But I was like, you turned the exact same laps you turned with your car. And he goes, yeah, I know, but I don't like it. He goes, it's just too numb feeling. And I go, it's an old man setup, man.
Old man
That's what I'm
setup, yeah.
talking about. And he goes, but it turns fast laps. I'm like, yeah, you turned like the exact same laps that he was turning with his car.
It just felt numb.
They just
It was numb, and like everybody on the planet then wanted my setup. That's why I even printed it out and put it on a board outside, because so many people came wanting it.
It was good too.
Yeah, this old school, like the original 2.0.
Yeah, it was really good.
I drove your setup on the nitro truck after I got it off of you, and I didn't change it. And that was not hard to drive, but it was hard to drive for me because I can't drive it as hard as it needs to be driven. Had a lot of steering. Like it needed me to be faster. Like it needed me to drive faster. And like I just not there yet.
What you do and stuff like that, then you try things to remove the steering so you know what does what.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
That's what I did. I moved the outside camber link in the front out. Yeah, I can't remember.
I mean, you could literally the easiest thing that I do sometimes. I have too much steering in my car. I'll either like maybe give it a little more toe in, or I'll just take some dual rate out of the radio.
Yeah.
You can really change how aggressive a car is just by the front toe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just do the dual rate in my radio.
Yeah.
Boop, boop, and then go back out.
Do you know I never messed with dual rate until one day you told me about it like 6 months ago or something like that, and I was like, why didn't I ever look at that before?
It's radio stuff, man. You gotta learn everything a radio can do.
Yeah.
And then get you like set up book online.
Oh yeah.
Study
Will's
that
gotta
stuff,
come do that.
Especially for Charles and
Lily, yeah.
Charles and Lily, like for them, it's more crucial. Their setup way more crucial because they're still learning how to give it input.
Yeah.
To do this, especially Lily.
Yeah, especially Lily.
Hers is like really simple and easy and does the same thing every lap. She'll get better.
Yeah.
Quicker.
Sure.
It's a fine line because I'm trying to like Derek raced last week down at Oaks, and I had to slow it down. Like it's like 50%.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would.
I did the same with her.
Went back off.
Went back off, right? And I said, all right, more jump.
It's too hard for kids to only give it partial throttle, because they're so concentrating on the steering, they can't do both at the same time, kind of thing.
And I had to
very
slow
well.
steering down, way down, so it was like, had to because he was like,
Oh yeah.
It's all or nothing too.
Yeah. So I just like trying to get him not to break it, but it's just hard to kind of set it up to where it's easy for them to drive because they really just don't know anything.
No.
What you gotta do, and then they'll learn.
Yeah, just gotta get out there and
practice.
Practice. But they don't want to practice, so it's okay.
Lily's actually, she likes to practice, and she actually Charles is fucking like full bore all the time, right? But Lily is actually like she'll like keep her line and like she's like, I don't want to go out of control. Like I want to stay in the line, and like I don't care how fast I go. I just want to stay in control. She will.
She will.
It's probably a lot less than his.
Except for, do you remember? Well, we had that double that came right at us, right, like over here.
Okay.
Like the last layout.
All right.
She wrecked on that one. She would carry too much speed and slam the brakes and she broke a standoff every race.
Oh my gosh!
Damn it! One time she broke two. Like it broke both in the front, like a one crash. I'm like, how do you even do that? I was like, Lily, that crash cost me $15. Just that one wreck.
I'll see you guys later.
All right. You guys be out tomorrow? All right. Yeah. Chris, when do you want to drive that short course? Series. This weekend, yeah. See you. That was a long conversation. I think it's about time for me to head home. Excuse me. All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and shut this stream down. We'll kick it back up tomorrow. I will try to finish this guy, and we'll let the Fed drive it on Friday. See how that goes. So I'll try to stream out tomorrow. We'll spend some time finishing this truck up, hopefully getting it on the track. All right. You guys have a good rest of the evening, and we will see you in the next.